As you guys know, if you have any questions for me, feel free to put them in the chat. As you guys know, I do engage with you guys. You guys rock with me, I rock with you. Let's look at USDT real quick. See what USDT is doing here. USDT still sitting pretty strong, to be quite honest. We got the ADX that's sitting just under that 60 benchmark, which is right over here. You know, historically, you know, once we get into that 60 level, it starts to peak. You can see it right here, it starts to peak, but we're coming right back towards it. So it doesn't mean that it's done and over with. We need to see a sharp move in the ADX down to the downside to show a loss of strength. It doesn't mean that the trend is over. It just means that we'll get some short-term reprieve for Ethereum. And then ultimately, you know, if we did bottom out, then we need to see that the ADX collapses underneath the baseline, something that we need to pay attention to. It is still, the trend is still showing bullish. You know, it's at 57%. Ideally, once this gets to 100%, that shows us that there's true exhaustion inside the market. So got to be very, very, very careful when it comes to Ethereum. It could, you know, have that high move down to those 1800 levels. This is on an impulse. Market opens up here in 2 minutes, so we should see some interesting moves all together here in the next couple minutes. You know, I'm on the side of believing that the first move is always the false move, right? So if we're dumping into pre-market and we're dumping in pre-market, typically we'll see some type of relief going into the later parts of the day. So we could see some potential scalp longs here in this area. All the setups that I posted as far as entries for BTC, for Sol, for ETH, they're all posted inside the corner, and they're also posted on X if you guys so happen to be following me there. What's up, Solar? Good morning. Good morning. What's up, Sniper? Good morning, brother. Good morning, guys. All right, got about a couple seconds here for the market. Let me get some coffee in me, and we'll get it going. Get the coffee brewing. Get the coffee brewing. All right, markets open. Cash markets are open. Let's look at some 5 minutes here real quick. See what we got developing here. And they might give us one little high before I decides to finish and decides to move back up. So just be careful. Short little range on that. I have a 34-minute. Let's move these fib levels over. See what we tap into. So I just triggered a long on Sol inside this area. I have invalidation that sits inside the zone 9190, but I did trigger a long on Sol. Long is from 93.69. Let's add a 707 to this real quick. Yeah, so see, Sol's now breaking this demand area, which is kind of scary. That leaves this area over here prime game for it. Let's take a look at ETH real quick. We're still in that 5-minute candle. So just measuring out where this range is going to be, where it's going to take us. I want to try to catch the bottom of that range and see if we can get a potential actual true intraday trade on that. Same thing for Sol. BTC, I haven't really added anything to that. Just sitting inside of this zone altogether. You know, my entry is a little bit lower than where we're currently at now. My entry is right around 74.5. We're sitting around 74.9. Sol right now is sitting at entries right around 93.4. But like I said, invalidation for this setup comes down to 91.9. And just my luck, it'll probably go to 91.9 and then pull back up. Do the same thing here for Sol. Look at the first 5-minute highs and 5-minute lows. I do want to inspect this from a
Guess what? Guess what?
heat map perspective. Excuse me. Heat maps are on. Yeah, so pretty big cooldown overall. I'm pretty sure if I look at this from a higher time frame perspective. All right, so 5-minute range is now established. We're looking for, you know, if we get a flush down into this area and then pull right back up, then this is essentially just retesting lower levels and sweeping this 5-minute low. If we get a break above and it holds this area and then bounces off the area, we have a higher potential going up. But if it, same thing like here, if it goes up and then comes right back down, it's just sweeping all these shorts, these late shorts, if you will, pushing them out and then coming right back down. Let's look at some dynamics real quick. Let's throw that on here. Yeah, so there's potential that it wants to get back into this 98 area and then potentially come back down. So once we get into this zone, I'll be looking to strip some profits off of that. For ETH looks like it maintained. Yeah, it went right into a 707 area. Let's see if it can hold that zone. I didn't add back to that position. I was focused on Sol. There you go. Good push. Good push. That's my range, so we want to see that we can hold that.
Guess what?
But those were the levels. All this was discussed inside of a Discord with a couple other members, so you guys have access to that. It's inside of the war room. You guys longed Sol with me. Throw some W's in there. Throw some W's in the chat. Let me know where you're at. All right. So we want to see that Sol can maintain this. Hey, that's what's up. 93.3. That's what's up. I think you got me. I think you got me on that one. Yeah, I'm just a smidge above you. I'm at 93.4. So for Sol, I'm looking for that level, that 94.35. I want to see that maintain itself. Like that would be the ultimate bullish area. You know, a retest would be inside that range, coming back into this zone right over here, and then bouncing back up. Ultimately, the liquidity sits right inside this area. If it decides to sweep this zone right over here, this is the next pocket that we're looking at, 92. Just building a little bit of heavier longs altogether. You know, I don't negate the fact that we can't potentially go lower, but I think there's a little bit more liquidity that we should be collecting from the upside first. Then we can actually move down a lot lower. I could be wrong in that analysis, but that's where my my thesis lies. And we got some buy signals here. ADX is now collapsing. This is kind of what we're looking for. Hang on for a second.
Guess what? Guess what?
That coffee was about to brew over. What I was saying is we want to see that the ADX on the higher time frames kind of do the same thing right over here on the higher time frames, at least for USDT, right? We were discussing USDT. We're looking for that to start collapsing to give us any true reprieve. This is from a weekly perspective. Let's go ahead and take a look at daily. Daily's relatively still strong in the sense of trend. ADX is floating just above that 60 benchmark. We can see where it starts to peak out. It peaks out and then it has its collapse, and it kind of just does this DMI tango is what I like to refer to. Let's come down to a slightly lower time frame. Let's go ahead and look at a 377. I just want to observe what the ADX is doing. All right. Let's go to 233. Still sitting strong, so that is concerning. Not gonna lie. Yeah, on all the way down to lower time frames. I mean, only on a 21 minute, you actually start to see that it's starting to collapse in that area. All right, that's on body, right? I just want to make sure I'm on the body on that. Yeah, I'm on the body on that. That's all body. Okay. So ideally, we can come back into this area. We'll get a nice little push. Nice little push for the day. If it gets to that level. It's a big if. All the other time frames are relatively pretty strong. So change this setup phase. Let's look at some TD9 sequentials for Sol. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, so it's this area right over here. As of right now, it needs to close above that line if we are in fact going to move higher for Sol. I think the 93 entries that some of us took just now, I think those are relatively good entries. But you just got to be prepared. You know, if we can't climb above that, actually, it's this line right over here. Let me take the heat map off real quick. Yeah, it's this zone right here. And then the next session would be, then it would be here. So relatively this area, this is really what we need to be looking at Sol to close above. We can start closing above that, then we're good. We are Gucci, as they say. Oh, for OG for thumbnail, yeah, that's a good idea. I'll take that into consideration for sure, for sure. You guys like the thumbnails? Market's been kind of scary, so I was like, yeah, let's do something a little entertaining here. So I was thinking of scary movie. I have a whole slew of them, to be honest with you. When I have some downtime, I just sit there and make a couple. But I'm glad you guys are liking them. That's what's up. That's what's up. Okay, that looks good for Sol so far. So if you know, executing an entry here for Sol, let's go back over to, I believe we're on a 450 for Sol. You know, liquidity sweep. Right, everything that was underneath that level was a sweep inside this box. So in a perfect world, we really want to close inside this box. You know, the liquidity sweep is exactly that. You know, individuals that are longing this zone, let's go ahead and look left. You know, longing, trying to catch this same wick because there was support there. I totally understand and see why people were doing that. I don't I wouldn't get on them for that, like, hey, that was a foolish move. That makes sense from a technical analysis perspective, but this is just where you kind of build grit altogether. We're looking at this trend line maintaining itself, so ideally it's closing above this area, and subsequently I matches up with that 5-minute high. So as we're looking at those lower time frames, looking for that setup phase to change, this is kind of the main area that we really need to see a close above. Now this session has roughly about 15 more minutes left inside of it, and if we can close above it, then ideally we'd look for a higher low to give us confirmation. So then we'd be on a confirmation candle in the next session, on the next 450 session. We're gonna keep taking a peek here at 5 minutes just because it moves a little bit faster and we can kind of get a better idea as far as what's going on. Slight little close above it on a 5 minutes. For a 5-minute perspective, this would be essentially the confirmation candle. You want to see that it starts closing above that to keep that setup phase. 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm going to take the heat maps off for a second because we already know that we do have cooldowns. So 1, 2, 3, 4. It's closing above here as of right now to keep that setup phase. The next session would be 1, 2, 3, 4. Then it's closing above here, which is it's an easier stretch. Not to say that we can't come back and test it. As you guys know, when we're discussing TD9 sequential, price action will come back to certain areas and retest them, and then you see a potential bounce off of that level. So I'm keeping that level there as like a talking point for us. What's up, Pac-Man? Good morning, brother. God bless you. God bless you. So you guys want to hear what my oof was for the morning? So I hopped on here at 9. I was on time. Class, we had our mentorship class this morning. It went great, went smooth. Got good information to them. I was able to get onto the stream, on time, start running it on time. So I set everything up. I started broadcasting, and I'm talking, giving some analysis on BTC, giving some analysis on ETH and Sol and things of that nature. And I'm inside the chat. I'm like, dang, nobody's in the chat yet. I wonder what's going on. And then I look at my OBS, and silly me, I didn't hit the go live button. So for like 12, 13 minutes, I'm just sitting there talking basically to, talking to the air. But that's my oof for the morning. I didn't have my coffee yet. All right, let's check out BTC. What's BTC doing? Still holding that area. BTC looks like meh meh. ETH is okay. One thing I didn't look at yet. Let's go ahead and make another one here. Let's look at River. River looking sexy. Look at River. I think I was on a 450 for River. I'm gonna take that dynamic off because that's super scary. Yeah, so holding above that 88 level, I have this 88 level for a wave 2. This impulse up to here, so that's where it's measured from. So it's coming into classic areas. If we get a wave 3, if we get a true wave 3 out of this move, this thing's gonna move. It's gonna rip heads off. I mean, I had a setup that I was playing around with. I think it was on 233 maybe. I forget where I placed it, but I was looking at something like this. But that thesis will quickly get invalidated. I was looking at this as being a wave B, and then maybe a wave C somewhere over here, and then continues to dump inside that area. Which would point towards, then it would be saying, okay, then right? So we're inside of an ABC. I'll actually throw in some dynamics. I believe we have some, the thick pocket right there. What is that, 24? But let's get some measurements on that real quick. Let's throw on some 618s, 0.5s, and 382s. Let's move that over. So 382, no, because we already hit it once. Yeah. Definitely more coffee. So it obviously already rejected us there. You know, that's to say that this was wave B, and then it's going to go into C. I think it goes a little bit higher, to be honest with you. I'm going to be tracking liquidity pockets. So sweep this area right over here, and then get us up into these zones right over here, 618. Not much going on 0.5. I'm going to go ahead and remove 382. I'm going to remove 0.5. I'm going to leave the 618 because what sits here is 37. There's real liquidity. If you look on CoinGlass, there's liquidity that sits here, and there's a butt ton, for lack of better terminology, that sits right here. I think it's roughly around like 4 million liquidity that sits right there. Well, that's for River. Oh, we need, yeah, 91 for River. Yeah, so extension levels. If I'm looking at this from an extension perspective, because wave B could always go higher than the origins. That is something that could happen. So we could see an extension level like that, and then you get a massive push down the downside. Right, so then it would look something like this. And if we get something like that, I would short the heck out of that thing. Yeah. Let me call it Justin Timberlake. See if he can cry me a river. Cry me a river all the way to 110, 109. And let's throw in some fib zones for that real quick. Let's just see if we can get some dates on that. I like it. Makes sense. It sits and it fits. Yeah, we're gonna keep that for River. We're gonna keep that for River. I'll post this inside the inside my corner just so we have it charted. Let me go ahead and do that now. I'll add more details to it. By the end of this stream, I'll go back and put it in there. Notes on it. How you guys liking the server so far? You guys like the environment? Anything you guys feel like we need to be adding that needs to be in there? ETH went to 2186. That came collapsing right back down. And look at that. Yep, did the same thing. Sol did the exact same thing. So kind of what we were discussing before, right? Like we get a close above, then you can get a retest inside this area.
Guess what? Guess what?
River's like the only one that really maintains itself. It's like unaffected by anything. Got an imbalance that sits right here above. That's a positive sign. You know, that gives us a target of where we need to go back and fill that imbalance. Oh, that's what's up. I'm glad you guys like the server, man. Appreciate all you guys, man. Appreciate every single one of you guys. We actually just crossed over 100 members. Shout out to you guys. Just a quick memo. There is VIP access inside the server. You have access to educational content. You have access to giveaways, things of that nature. You also have access to lower fees on Bytenix. If you're not trading on Bytenix inside the server, the link is posted inside my corner. I'll post it here for you guys just for reference. We are running the campaign right now. They do have deposit bonuses for you guys. Those deposit bonuses will come 3 days after. So once you make your deposit, let's say you do a deposit of like $100, $150, you'll receive your reward within 3 days. So just heads up on that. If you're new to the channel, you're new to some of my streams, that's where we're trading at. If you're not trading there, I can't help you. But if you're trading with me there, I could actually assist you, help you with your VIP position, get you to VIP 3. And then every month that resets, right? So it's going to be contingent, obviously, off of trading volume, things of that nature. So every month it resets. But if you're inside the server and you're taking trades and things of that nature and you're getting guided the right way, then you should always be maintaining at least VIP 3. Let's take a look at Sol one more time. So we're inside of this, we're inside of this range, right? Like it needs to break below for it to go into like bearish territory. Once we broke above here, we did have a close above. Everything that kind of follows suits after that would fall under a retest. ETH is doing pretty well. ETH is not doing the same thing because ETH didn't break above here and close above like Sol did. So ETH may go for a little bit more of a dip. We may touch into these zones right over here. So just be ready for that. Rivers being River. River's like the strongest coin out of all the coins that we're charting right now in the sense of holding itself up. Just a heads up for you guys, we are going to be doing a 1K to 10K challenge going into the later parts of next week. I'll be posting some of the graphics inside of the server and on Twitter as well too. We'll be running it through the campaign that we're doing right now. This campaign lasts for a month. I'm not saying that we're going to hit 10K inside of a month. That'd be fantastic if we do. But very similar to how we're trading here, we're just going to be, diligent. Making sure that we're taking the right entries, making sure that we're taking TPs where we need to take TPs. So if it calls for a scalp, calls for a scalp. There you go, Sol breaking below. That was a new low on that. Sweeping these morning longs. I have my stops around like 91. So if anybody's curious as to, what's going on for me, what I'm doing, closing below this line here, got a minute left. BTC just dropped out. Let me go to BTC. I want to take advantage of that. All right, let's go back over here to Sol. So I'm going to build on BTC like here inside these areas. That's really what I'm looking for. I just triggered a long for BTC at 74.26, and then my stops would be just underneath that 72.889. All right, Sol looks like it's getting ready to flush. It closed underneath that trend line. That's 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 kind of scary. Let me go body to body on that. I didn't mean to do that. I meant to grab this guy right here. Let's go to this body. Yeah, that's gonna invalidate. Yeah, I think Soul's gonna push me out. Come on, Soul, climb back up. And see, the way that I look at this is I look at this as, you know, all retest inside this zone, because all the liquidity truly lies above over here. Let's look at some indicators here. ADX sitting right around a 60 benchmark. Look for that curve down. We can get a curve down, then we'll get some relief off of that. Go back over to 450. Still sitting strong. No buy signal just yet. I might be a little bit early on my long here. Thinking this level is what comes next. 81, 82. You see that pocket? It's going to push me out of 91. There, push me out. Not yet. Right. Oh my gosh. The skin of my teeth. Let's see if I can get an ad here. I missed my ad on ETH. So those levels were violated. So let's take off 618. Let's take off 707. 0.76 got violated too. ETH pulling back up. Soul pulling back up. Woof. Come on, Soul. I mean, I would love to see Soul at least reach 105. That'd be the ideal target. So it's moving. You just got to be diligent with it. That's really all it boils down to. Just got to be diligent with it. I know a lot of people are scared to long in these zones. I get it, but you know, the more fear individuals have, these become buying opportunities for us. I was discussing this with one of our traders inside the server yesterday. Like these are like bottom moves. What I mean by that is like when price action starts, you know, coming down to this level and then you have an immediate pull back up, like that's starting to reflect, showing, hey, we're getting to bottom moves. Could I be wrong in that analysis? Yes, and that ultimately points towards a dead cat bounce. We've seen those. And then that ultimately turns into a scalp for you. So we just keep scalping. That's really the moves. Keep scalping. Do I have an ad opportunity that's... I want to chart this out. Let's go to a 3-day on this. I'm gonna take this dynamic off real quick. Yeah, 82. There's 4.29 billion in liquidity that sits over here. That's that 82 benchmark. Look at that. Don't mind the trend lines. I know they're messy. Yep. That's extension levels. I need to adjust this box. I need to reflect what's going on here.
Guess what? Guess what? Guess what? Guess what?
So this support, this demand area obviously just got violated. So we came into the next one right here, right? We had our first all-time high on it. Broke into this area, new all-time high. There was a demand area over here, but it just violated. So we have a stronger one that sits inside this zone. But man, it can come down deeper. That's how deep it can really get. We're just scratching the surface of it right now.
Guess what?
Long on BTC 74.2, long on ETH 21.23, long on Sol. I had some ad bags right around 92 area. So to C, so then really then if I have ABC here, and let's say that is my C, then I need to see an impulse up. So let's measure that out real quick. Let's see what that looks like. Nice, Sol. Nice. There you go, Sol. Do something. Let's measure this structure right over here. Let's go with a full fib. I'm doing this from a 3-day, so a little bit better data. Okay, so what I'm measuring here is I'm looking for resistance levels. I want to look at a 618 and a 0.5 here specifically. You know, because if price action fails to break above 0.5, it's bearish, but that's not to say that we can't get a wave one out of that. So, you know, in a perfect world, you know, whether it's here or here, but let's just assume it's here. Wait, is that an 8? Oh, that's a 7. 1, 2, 3, 4. Boy, we got to climb back above that. And there's a day left on that, so the next session would go above. Okay. Well, let me clean something up real quick. All right. right? Somewhere over here, just sweeping these, because you do have resistance that sits over here, and then you have previous support. So come into here, and then seeing if you can get a wave 2, you know, that comes down to, let's just say somewhere around here, and then you'll get your wave 3, and you get your 4, depending where that's at, and then you'll get your 5. Huh, couldn't do that twice, really lotto. You know what, I'll leave 618 on there, just in case it's sharp. And let's clean this up a little bit. Yeah, because I don't have a wave 1 yet, right? So we're trying to get ahead of the game here. Let's just assume we get something like that. Yeah. Yeah, I eyed that pretty good. Okay. And then let's say a wave 4. If I can get a flat wave 4. I aimed for that. Highly speculative, right? Highly speculative. Because I do have an imbalance that sits over here, so it makes sense to come to this area and maybe reject, but wave 1 could always go a little bit higher inside that zone. Let's throw in some dynamics real quick. Yeah, see, I have thicker liquidity that sits here. So let's make some adjustments. I would probably call for a deeper retracement. And extension levels. Okay, so who are you? And who are you? You're wave 4, right? Oh. But just imagine that, right? Imagine you long that area where we longed, and this is something that you're holding on to, And so a couple things. One, we don't know if we've hit a bottom yet here. So we're speculating if that is going to be the case for Sol. Right, so it's speculation that we come into here, tap into here, tap into here, tap into here, and tap into here. I'll throw some fib zones on that just so we have an idea. Let's clean this up a little bit. And let's take the dynamics off real quick. Let's fib zone. Man, this is a long play. Jeez Louise. Because patterns fall on patterns. I just need to see if this is where this finishes at. Because if it comes down to here, whoops, that still fits. Oh yeah, that's one way of looking at it too. A complex. Yeah, I can't get that to stick. I need to play with that a little bit more. Rest of the day, therefore, whatever you want men to do to you, do also to them, for this is the law of the prophets. Matthew 7:12. Right? We reap what we sow. So the question is for Sol, if we can maintain this area, or it's a pretty wide demand area, right? Does that make sense to you guys? Yeah, I just ignore the noise, buddy. You wanted to see liquidations mark again? Or do you want to see it on Sol? Oh, it's on a 3-day. I want to see if it's going to maintain this area. You know, we have liquidations that come all the way down to 82s, and then we have an extension fib level that sits right around 82. So we have some confluence that sits inside this area. On a 5-minute, I'm targeting right over here, 2302. But you know, if I have a wave 2, I have in fact a wave 2 here, then I'll get a strong move. I'll move much higher than that. So we'll probably go to like maybe like an 89-minute. Nope, higher than that. Oh, there's more below. Or below, but got an 83 pocket that sits right around 2637, which lines up with the butterfly from 987 that sits right around 2621. But you know, not taking that off the table, I mean, we have a liquidity pocket that sits right at the 1900s. I will be thoroughly impressed if River can do that.
Guess what? Guess what?
I mean, it's everyone's narrative, right? Like, can go lower, could. I mean, I understand the math that's behind that. I can see that. You know, I wouldn't say that they're wrong. But what if they are? Hey, what if your front runs and then it decides to move up? I mean, we have a huge CME gap, you know, for BTC and ETH overall. I mean, look at this. Right, so again, it lines up with that 2600 area that I was talking about. Like, fill this gap, and then maybe we move up higher. I'll go to a daily. Just that's, look at that. Does it mean that we have to go and fill that gap? I need to adjust this real quick. Hold on. Yeah, I see it's closed underneath there. That's the scary part. But we did have some closes underneath, and then it pulled right back up. So like, this is a pretty significant trend line, if you will. It has to climb back above that. You could always drop it down, right? But then I don't capture any of these. Okay, we came right up to it. That's happened. See, that's happened here. And then pulled right back up. So my assumption would be is people are going to short that line. And if that's the case, if they're shorting that line, then that can be the liquidity we need to move up higher. And there's a butt ton that sit over here on a daily. Either way, what do you mean by that? I don't understand. Last time we had a dump like that was in 2022, and then we pulled back up and then came back to these areas. We had another one here, here. No, I'm holding on to my ETH long. My ETH long is from 2123, 2123.49. I haven't added back to that position yet. I'm looking at 34-minute. I want to see if we could get to 2137. All right. Let's look at a couple things here. All right, boys. You guys want to start the 1K, 10K challenge next week with a fresh start, or do you guys want to start sometime this week? I'll put a poll inside of actually let's put a poll inside here now. What level did I have for Soul? 82.05. Yeah, I want to see 2137 for ETH. See if that can maintain itself. I'm gonna scatter some 2137 0.23. I'm gonna set some limits over there for ETH. And Soul looks like it's gonna. The Soul looks like it wants to go for that 82. Yeah, see, it just made a new low. So we're not fully developed here for this pattern. So we're gonna be targeting 82 for Soul. And then for ETH, I want to target 2137.23. Yeah, so this pattern's invalidated. And we're breaking below, so, and then this demand box becomes invalidated too, so it's no longer holding. Today. Well, let's see how you guys vote. Right now, 78% of you guys want next week. Bro, if you go to my stop and then pull back up, I'm going to go bananas. So what did I have here? I had a... It's a cipher. So that cipher got invalidated. I think ETH just picked up. Yeah, ETH just picked up on that. Let's see if we can maintain that. I just had an add back on ETH at 2137.23. I'm going to keep a relatively tighter stop loss on that. So it's really going to be, maintaining this area. I need to see a close above. So it's a good pull right there. Good, 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 good. Come on, Soul. Give us something that we can write home to mom about. If you long 2137 with me, that's what I took. That was an impulse on Soul. Let's go back over to ETH. The butterfly is still intact for that. See, that's still intact. Man, I want to add to this Soul position. I'm gonna wait. I got a 12 here now. Got 6 hours left on that one. That's a long time for me. That's an impulse candle right there. Okay, I'm gonna maintain that. I need to chart a new pattern for that. I mean, that's super sharp. That's super sharp. Let's see if my indicator can pick anything up. I think I only have bullish, bearish patterns printing right now. Nothing I can work with on that. And nothing I can work with on that. That's okay. I could do it by hand. ETH is moving. That's what's up. Okay, got a good little move on ETH. Decent. Rather put decent. That's nice. This is what we want to see. Okay, that's good. See if I can get the same thing on Soul. See if I can get a small little add back here on Soul. Hype. I'll check out hype real quick, but I think I'm Yeah, I'll be honest with you. My only interest for hype really is shorting it, because my long opportunity was somewhere down over here. So I don't feel comfortable longing inside these zones. I got a shooting star here in this area, so I'd be looking for ideally shorts. I don't want to guide you in the wrong way and say, yeah, this is what I'm longing. So, all right, so we're back inside that box. I'm gonna build on Sol here in this area, guys. Just as an FYI, I'm gonna build all the way down to 82. I have limits set at like 82 and some change. My stop loss would be like beneath this box, 78. It's pretty wide, but I'm gonna build little by little. 10 here, 10 there, 10 here, 10 there, and build the position. I took a little bit of profit off of the ETH long already, just to scalp it. I just took roughly like $33 in profit off of that. It's sitting like roughly around $50 in profit right now. So just a quick scalp, and I'm also going to look at BTC, see if I can get something on BTC. I should have grabbed that there at the bottom. So I'm actually going to adjust this box. Right there. Right there. So I violated that right there, swept that. Pattern's still valid though. Pattern invalidation for this crab is right around 71. My soul pattern invalidated, but that's not to say that we don't have another pattern on it. That's from a daily. I think I was on a 450. I was getting a little bit better data there. X. I need pivots. Okay. Yeah, I mean, still, I'm basically getting another crab over here. That's really what I'm getting. That's going to be a sharp pullback up. Yeah, I'm going to build on Sol. I'm going to build on Sol. Little here, little there, little here, little there. Let me get a little bit on Sol right here. What is USDT doing? Yeah, USDT is flexing. Small little ads on Sol. What I'm doing here on Sol. I want to see like this area kind of maintain. Even if I get a sweep down into this area, you know, I'll still look to build. I feel like reprieve is coming. BTC. Let me see if I can get a small little ad on BTC. Can I get a small, is that a BTC? That's BTC, okay. Can I get a small little ad on BTC? I missed that one. Missed it. These are small positions, small margins, you know, $30 margins, $40 margins, nothing crazy, nothing ridiculous, because, you know, there's potential that it can go lower. So I don't want to be, you know, swimming in water on a position. See if I can get something here on BTC. Small ad on BTC. I'm coming right back to that area. I already took profits on the ETH, so if it pushes me out, then I'll have a break even. Sol really needs to maintain. Look at this on a 5-minute. I mean, we need that imbalance cleared above. I want to take a look at liquidity as well too. Where's my legend map? There's my legend. Dude, there's like nothing below. On a 12-hour, there's nothing below. Not from a liquidity perspective. This is just people, you know, just dumping. They're just dumping. Just to dump. We're to create capitulation here. At 2137 held. Okay. What's my indicator? I don't have a buy signal yet, but I am running overextended on bearish. MFI. Good gosh, look at MFI. That's pretty deep. Sitting and oversold. I mean, mind you, it's a 34 minute, so don't give that too much grace, but yep. I don't need you. Yeah, just liquidated. That was a hot zone. We just liquidated. All of it sits right over here, man. All right, so you're gonna have another little push. Come on, Soul. And then BTC. BTC really needs to hold that. Get this deeper, just like that. And Sol has the same type of setup, the exact same setup. Wow, that's interesting. Long on ETH, BTC, and Sol. True, we are seeing a fallen knife. Just imagine if you're so happen to catch the bottom of that and ride that into. I mean, I'm looking at potentially, you know, building swings. I'm still scalping it on the way up and on the way down. You know, just taking profits here and there. But I feel like the swing is coming. You know, everything's on a discount. I mean, and the swing doesn't have to be long term to all-time high. The swing can be, like, in this particular case, to, you know, 2,600. You know, that's a good move on ETH. You know, that's a 500 pip move for ETH if ETH decides to go in that direction. Go. Get some movement. Yeah, like I was saying, like we really don't have any true liquidity when I'm looking at ETH. You know, where's the liquidity coming from? Like, we've collected a vast majority of all of it here. You know, small little pockets that sit inside the zone, but we've collected a good chunk of it. So the realistic area from a 12-hour perspective is to get into 3,500. So we have another little pocket that sits on 3,057, but like, see that 2,600? Like, there's nothing here. So it's just straight gap. Just straight gap. I'm looking forward to the move where ETH actually decides to move. Yeah, got a good break of structure as well there as well too. I'm gonna take a look at that break of structure. Yeah, we've got break of structure on Sol as well too. And then I believe I have the same thing for for Sol, for BTC, excuse me. Come on, Sol, do something. Still have this imbalance that I need to clear over here. Ideally, I want to just see, you know, more shorts continuously ape in so we can get that momentum up. Who else is long with me? Who else is long with me? Yep, I agree 100% freeze. It's just a matter of when. You know, bear markets typically last anywhere between 8 months to a year. We're inside of what, 6 months? I think we peaked out around like August of last year. So we're at the 6-month mark right now. You know, I think we have like 2 more months of downside to see, but we could test some lower highs first, which would be like that 2600 benchmark for Sol, like 105. For BTC, I think I have, you know, 86. You know, those are all bearish retest levels. You're welcome, Shine. You're welcome. You're welcome. Congratulations, brother. Congratulations. Oh, yeah, that's also the second part of my oof. I was trying to stream the giveaway live, but I didn't hit the live button. So I had already ran it through Grok and got the results, and then, you know, posted and all that stuff. I was like, dang it. But it's all good. Remember, we're going to be doing, we have 2 more giveaways, just so you guys are aware. We have a giveaway that's specific to our server. It's for the journals. We're going to be, it's for the month of February. We're doing another $100 giveaway for the server. So just check out that post. I actually posted inside of the announcement section. Was it an announcement or was it the VIP perks? I'll double check. It's in there though. It's in there. And then we're going to do a $1,000 giveaway once the this channel, the YouTube channel, crosses over 1,000 subscribers. So even if you're subscribed, if you have friends, family, your neighbor, your doctor, your Uber driver, share the channel because your name could be entered into the drawing. Or better put, your name would be entered into the drawing. You'd have a higher potential of reaching that. And it's all random, you know, so I'm going to run it the same way I did this last giveaway. I'm going to run it through Grok and it just identify who that winner is. Let's look at some order blocks. Yeesh. Where are the order blocks? Thick order block sits right on 2100 for ETH, just as an FYI, psychological level. So I think they're going to try to target 2100s because that's where some orders are sitting right now. Let me look at BTC as well too. BTC has a couple that sit at 73.8 down to 73.5, just as an FYI. So I'm gonna hang on to this one here. I'm gonna adjust my. Yeah, if I get stopped out on BTC, it's a $7 loss. So I'm not gonna split hairs about that. Big dog fight right now. Big dog fight. I haven't checked Hyperbot. I haven't checked any whales if they're shorting at these levels. ETH looks okay. Somewhat. You got a little order block that develops right over there. See if we get some sideways movement. And then potential push up. What is USDT doing here? USDT is just farting around. I broke this level that I had earlier. Still playing with that fair value gap. That fair value gap is what's scary to me. Because, I mean, that thing can push all the way up into here. 7.75. And ETH would be in the toilet. Hmm. Come on, BTC. Flush or recover. Pick one. Pick one side of the coin. Literally. Quick coffee. Be right back. Whoa, 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 whoa. Nancy. Whoa, 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 whoa. Nancy. Alright, what is Soul doing here? Yeah, I still have that order for Soul all the way down to 82.05. Just a heads up. BTC sitting a little bit in the red right now. 5% in the red. ETH took a little dip. ETH has taken a bigger dip. Look at that. Inside that demand area. I didn't add to ETH or anything like that. Just maintaining. Let's see if it can pull back up here. Yeah, I really want to see that this area can maintain itself. Let's come down to like a 5-minute. Let's see what's brewing over here. Let's really dial down on that. Good pullback up. That's decent. Okay. That's decent. There we go. Come on, Heath. Do your thing. It's time to shine, buddy. Soul had a little bit of a bounce there too. Yeah, a little bit of a bounce for Soul. Time to shine, guys. Time to shine. And I see it's rejecting that New York Open low. It's never a good sign. We do have an imbalance over here, so you know, if worst case scenario, like it comes up here, clears this imbalance, and then just whipsaws right back down. And I also have an imbalance that sits here, so if it clears this imbalance and then bounces off New York high, then that would be my next target, which would be 97. Excuse me. Wait. Yeah, that would be for Soul. Yeah, losing strength again quickly too. Excuse me. This is gonna take some resilience. It's gonna take resilience. USDT, what are you doing? USDT still holding that area. Man, once USDT starts dropping, there's gonna be a party. Party! But that thing is not showing signs of weakness right now, so we're just gonna keep scalping. Keep scalping. Keep scalping. I usually look at them from a higher time frame, and then I dial down to a lower time frame. So I'll look at usually like a 450, 987, all the way up to like a daily to give me some of those zones. And then I dial down on lower time frames. Whee! ETH taking a little dip. ETH taking a little dip. But yeah, I teach all of this inside of the courses. So if you guys are ever curious about it. 2117. And it's like a 90% retracement. Yeah, coming right back to that same line. Do or die or sweep. One of the two. Do or die or sweep. So I can actually drill down on this even further to right here. Boop. Telling you, these are like do or die levels for everything. Oof. Everything's pulling for a dip. Yep. Out on ETH is gonna sweep. Yep. Out on ETH. Or excuse me, out on BTC. Sol really needs to pick its nose up here. I'm gonna wait for one more push on BTC, and I'm gonna try to take advantage of that. BTC moved on me. Ah, BTC moved on me. That's okay. It's okay. Hard work here, boys. Hard work. But this is how we build. You need a Yeah, I added to longs on ETH. Yeah, I did add to longs on ETH. I took a little bit of profits off it as well too, and then as it came back down, I took those profits and added back to it. So long Sol, long BTC, long ETH. Smaller positions, nothing crazy, not full porting or anything like that. I already took 36 in profits off of ETH. You know, small little hit, little jab. If it runs the stop loss, it's roughly around $15. So I'll still be net positive on that move. Sol did the same. Took a little bit of profit off of that. Nothing to write home to mom about. I have a little bit of a wider stop on that. See, it's flirting with this area over here. I think they're going to try to flush into the 2100 area for ETH. That's what it smells like. In my hand, and you go away from the place. Just a little thing. Okay, let's see if we can hold. See if we can hold. Yeah, the Discord is pinned at the very top. So welcome. I'm going to prepare a welcome video for you guys to help you navigate through the server. We got some things going on. I was still customizing it, if you will. Yesterday, I just built a bot for us of, it's kind of like a Tree Capital. If you guys are familiar with the Tree Capital bot. Essentially just where you can put any type of pair, whether it be stocks, whether it be Forex, whether it be crypto, you can pull up any chart that's in there. So you see the commands that's in there. It's the bot is known as Citadel Charts. And it can go in any channel. Just follow the prompts that's on there. I don't put the candles. It asks you for how many candles that you want to chart. I don't put the candles. If you do get an error on it, it could be the exchange in itself. So, I use Kraken or I'll use Coinbase. Binance sometimes can be a little funny, but I was testing it yesterday. You can actually see it inside of the global global markets section. You see where I have stocks chat inside there. You can see where I did a couple tests in there, and I also did a couple tests in one of our war rooms as well too. So just a heads up, something for you guys to kind of work with, play with. If it makes any sense. Ding 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 ding. All right, got some decent moves going on here. That's what's up. We got some decent moves. That's what's up. Look at ETH, USDT. Please keep coming down. All right, short-lived possibly. I'm gonna take a little bit of profit off of that ETH, simply because it could always come right back down. Small margins, guys, not using heavy margins or anything like that, because there's always room that we can come down lower. So I want to be prepared to get into a bigger position, if that makes any sense to you guys. $40 margin on BTC, $40 margin on Sol, and roughly like a $26 margin on ETH. We got a higher low for BTC on 450. And same thing for Sol. Oh, we just need a good squeeze. That's all we really need. We just need a good squeeze. We're not asking for much. I don't have anything on River. River's a good play. I don't have anything on River. So I'm going to be waiting for that, or I'm just going to miss the boat on that one altogether. No pun intended. Missed the boat on River. I feel like, you know, Sol, BTC, even Aster too. I missed Aster. I didn't take Aster yesterday. I did have some targets for that. Let's look at Aster real quick. Oh, Aster's back in that zone. Yeah, I'm kind of glad I didn't, to be honest with you. I'll just wait. So we have some impulse candles brewing for Ethereum. I didn't mean to put that. This should be a Sol chart. I don't have any impulse candles brewing on Sol just yet. And I'm printing an 11 on this lead up phase for a 5 minute. If you guys longed with me any of these coins, you know, feel free to put them in the wins and losses area. Show people your progress. You can flex it. That's what that area is for. Uh, 12 o'clock. PM session, 12 o'clock. All right, so coming back down again. Come on, soul. Make up your mind. Make up your mind. Yeah, soul gets back down to 91. I'm gonna take that. ETH wants to come right back as well too. Come on, either give us a flush so we can get a better entry, or pull back up. You gotta make some decisions here. I think I'm gonna go for a better entry on Soul. Yeah, I think I'm gonna get a better entry on Soul. ETH having that little bit of a push. And swept another low there on ETH. At least on index it did. Not on Bitonix, but on index it did. Push me out of ETH. Out on ETH. Just swept that area. Yeah, I'm gonna go for a better entry on Soul. And I'm going to try to pick one up here on ETH. Because that was a sweep. We got breaker structures, as I said right there. I'm trying to long that breaker structure for ETH. Well, let's get some recovery going on here. Let's get some recovery going on here. What's over here? Took all that. Ah, man, you got a shave bottom on Soul. That's going to flush. Soul's going to flush. So 82 should probably come to fruition here relatively soon. Oh. You got a Takuri line on Soul for a 3-minute. Let's see if that Takuri line can hold. And I know in my ways. I don't even take 97 if you can get back to 97. Numbers. I got Soul here at 91.20. I got ETH at 2107. Did ETH come to that order block that we were looking at earlier? Just front ran at 2104. And then I got BTC at 73.1. I literally scalped already some of those positions just on those small little 1 minute moves. Running a lower leverage on BTC just as an FYI, just running 20x on that. What is USDT doing here? Yeah, USDT is flexing. That's the reason why we're seeing this. That thing decides to pop up. That's probably going to be the liquidity sweep that we're going to see. Let's go, boys. Let's go, boys. Let's go, boys. Come on. Pick your nose up. Why do I have river here? Oh, I have river there. BTC. Pick your nose up. Pick your nose up. Come on. You got a shaved bottom on that? I don't like that. Don't like that on BTC. Yeah, it's gonna flush that area right there. For BTC, I have, BTC targets. This is, I think it's on a 450 we have it designed. Yeah, looking to see if we can get back into at least 85. That would be the ideal target for us. And for Sol, I want to see Sol at least retest the New York Open low. I mean, I think that would be like bare minimum. So now I'm just, me personally, I'm just managing them. Yeah, it's flushing. So that's at 1 minute. I believe I was looking at earlier. Or no, it's still on 3 minute, but BTC had a 1 minute. Yeah, see, it flushed it already. It was this one right here, so this flushed it. Fine. Still got an imbalance on that 1 minute as well too for BTC. So we're not out of the woods yet. Go, small little moves. Quick little scalps for me. Like once I start seeing it push up like that, you know, on a 1 minute, and then it's running into like a resistance area, if you will, like coming back to this breaker structure area, and it starts resisting, I'm immediately scalping it out. Yeah, a lot of traders have a bunch of different opinions. I don't, you know, I don't say that wrong. Clear that imbalance on that 1 minute too for BTC. So the 34 minute that we were looking at earlier, we were looking at a wave 2 being in those areas. That area got invalidated. All right, let's see if we can hold this. See if we have this built. Then we go back to, again, you know, wave one. Where's wave one going to go to? So Sol obviously came down a little bit lower. I believe we were looking at a 450, right? Or no, we were looking at a 3-day, right? We were looking at a 3-day. So this still is a target for Sol. Like, I'm not ruling that out. You know, in the event that I'm wrong and it comes to this area, let's say that was wave C, you know, we're still looking for this area right over here at some point. That's obviously on a higher time frame. But we were working on a 34, or was it a 55? Was it a 5-minute? Where was that pattern derived from? Here it is. Here it is. All right. ETH looking decent. Let's check on ETH real quick. Getting into that order block. All right. Let's see if we can push through it. Anybody else long with me? Or am I alone in this? Never alone. That's what's up. That's my boy. So you guys, 35 of you guys voted. You guys want me to start this week. All right, let's see if we can get some entries into that then. Yeah, I want to post it public on X and all that stuff. So, you know, I run with you guys here. It's about 1:30. So after 1:30, I'll grab a bite to eat, and then I'll start looking at posting that information. Then I'll go back into the server and start giving you guys some ideas as far as what I'm looking at. Just a quick reminder, if you guys are not seeing VIP on your cards, then let me know, please, so that way I can get you set up. VIP 3. We are running a campaign right now, so you do get deposit bonuses for your deposits. Be sure to check that out. If you don't see the campaign, or you don't see the registration is inside of the announcement section. So just take advantage of that for yourself, so that we have discounted fees and you also have bonuses coming back to you guys. All right, running hot there. Impulse. Actually, let's throw that on correctly. Yeah, running hot here on a 1 minute for ETH. So that's kind of an opportunity for me to skim a little bit off the top there. Let's take a look at Sol. Sol's kind of doing the same thing and skim a little bit off the top of that as well too. And I want to look at BTC. All right, sorry, that wasn't accurate. Are you gonna put on my email or what? Oh, I have it off. Derp derp. Running warm, not running hot yet. Let's check out BTC real quick. All right. Running warm, not hot yet. Possibly come back down. Yeah, possible. But I'd much rather take profits and it continues to move up higher, then I'm fine. Then I'll say, okay, well, then I have profits that I can add back once I get back into specific levels versus not take any profits and then get round tripped and be like, okay, I just wasted, 20 minutes of my time. You got a little wall that's at 2146 for ETH. You long sold BTC and ETH. That's what's up. That's what's up. Yeah, you get this little wall that sits right here for ETH. And then BTC, I mean, look at this. All the way up to 78. We can climb above that, then next level is going to be 82, and I think I had an 86 inside this area. Yeah, ETH taking that level. This is a little high volume area, 2169, 2228. That's decent. They still have orders that sit at 2100, and let's look for those sell orders. We got some sell orders deriving at 2250, and that lines up with this block right over here. Okay, so we're gonna check back on ETH at 2250 to see what we get there. USDT, what are you doing? All right, let's look at 3-minute on USDT. Yeah, I obviously don't wish harm on anybody. That's not me. But if USDT could take a long walk on a short bridge, I'd be very thankful for that. Imagine if crypto can behave like USDT. Yeah, that was a take profit area for ETH, just as an FYI. Oh, man, my back. Be right back and get some water, guys. Yeah, so That's what's up, good. Nice to see you in here. Nice to see you in here. USDT double top? No. I mean, let's go to a higher time frame. No. No, it's still flirting with this fair value gap. Maybe if you're looking at it, maybe like a 5 minute or something. Maybe from that perspective. Maybe if you're looking at a 1 minute. Yeah, but I see it didn't tap that. So no double top on that. Let's check out River. How you guys doing on River? I swear River is pretty resilient, man. It is pretty resilient. I feel like that's the best trade in the sense of a coin getting into a coin. I missed the boat on it. Like I said before, I missed the boat. I had already closed mine once I got into this area. I didn't re-short it. We had some individuals shorting it. Scissors inside of our group is doing an amazing job on those scalps. Like I think he's like 15 for 15 on that. So he's on a hot streak. He's definitely on a hot streak. So shout out to him on that. But no, I haven't touched River just yet. I'd wait for something else. Maybe if I get back into this 88 fib level, which is 11.236, or if I can get a sweep of this area right over here down into the 8s, I'd look back for longing in that zone. And if I don't get in that area, then you know I'll wait it out. I'll have to wait it out. That's a pretty strong move to the downside. You know, look at USDT. Yep. That's wick to wick, but that can be hogwash. It shouldn't really be measured that way. I'm just testing something out here. Sol came back down again too. We got a little bit of a higher low there for Sol on a 15 minute. Ah, look at that. Huh. Look at that. It rejected right off of there. That's interesting. 1, 2, 3, 4. I mean, that's a long way down for it to change that setup phase. It's a long way down. Let me show you all the ways. Right back into that. Let's go to a 13 minute. You got some good cooldowns. Not the most ideal cooldowns. I'm looking for something like this, but nevertheless still a cooldown with a 9 impulse wave down to the downside. Buy signals flash. ADX is collapsing, overextended on that trend. That looks decent on a 13 minute for ETH. Let's do the same thing here for BTC. Yeah, I mean, dang, that thing's at an 80 level. Got some buy signals, overextended there. Good golly, Miss Molly. Look at that MFR and RSI. I mean, they could dip a little bit lower. They look decent. Let's look at Sol. We're going to go to a 13 minute, right? Because that's where we're at on the other ones, right? 13 minute, yeah. Let's look at 13 minute here. See, now those are good cooldowns. That I like to see for Sol. That's ideal. I'd want to see the same for the other pairs that we're looking at and that we're trading. All the ways. Oh. Good sweep for BTC. Okay. All right. We should get something here. We should, let me check on USDT. What is, yeah, USDT just violated that with a throwdown though. So you push up and then a throwdown. Please be done. Please be done. Yeah, made a higher high, but price action didn't go lower. Let's check volume on that real quick. I don't have volume on here. Pushed up higher with decreasing volume. All right, that's what I want to see. Give it to us. Give it to us. Let's go. Let's go. Skimmed a little bit off the top of that. Same thing, guys. You know, seeing that lower high in that area, just take a little bit off the top. Take a little bit off the top. Typically look at a RSI from like a 377, 233, or 4 hour. Okay. There you go. Come on. Come on. Squeeze him, squeeze him, squeeze him. You gotta get a squeeze in here somewhere. Come on, boys. Losing that momentum already on Soul. Not what I want to see. Already losing that momentum. Soul, I'm so disappointed in you. Come on, Soul. You can do it. You got cooldowns. You got to warm up a little bit here. Come on, buddy. You got to get at least a 96. You got to get to 96. I mean, that's your area. That's your imbalance. And back down we go. A lot of buy orders there, but back down. It looks like it's pushing back down. I want to shake the hand of the individual that's literally shorting that. I want to shake their hand. They're like, yeah, you know what? Screw it. I'm gonna short 73,000. Nice cooldowns. You do have a 7 here. 6 hours left on that candle. Man, retest this area would be ideal. That would be so money. Let's look at this from a weekly. Sheesh. Let me measure that out. Where'd you go to? 382? Yep, you went to a 382. And then what's your... Yeah, dude, you're at wave C levels. It's 71, 365. Is that next level? That's on weekly. What's over here? Yep. I'm gonna set some limits for that. 71, 365. 71, 360. I'll front run it a little bit. 367. just continue to scalp it because I feel like we're getting into those zones. Touching right on the top of this. Excuse me. ETH is the only one that's really like just kind of holding itself up here out of these three. It's freaking surprising.
Look at me.
Soul's inside this box again. Okay. Soul's probably going to gun for that. ETH is delayed. What is USDT doing again? Right back to that same area. Down, 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 down. Bum, 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 bum. You really need to see Soul try to maintain this area. And Soul looks like it's going to sweep that low. It's going to push into this. Oh, that was a good little pull back up. What is going on? Yeah, you got an imbalance that sits there. I also got a 9. See if we can flush that imbalance real quick. And we can get a move up. So Soul's trying to defend this box right over here. Imbalance cleared over here. Yep, imbalance cleared there. This imbalance hasn't been cleared yet though. 90.87. Yeah, so I think it's going to clear this area right over here. So we'll potentially see a nice little flush into this. There it is. There it is. Where's BTC? Why doesn't this show me BTC? Nice little flushes into here. So I'm going to come over to my weekly. I'm going to draw this down a little bit more. Actually, you know what? I'm going to go over to a 34-minute. And ETH is flushing too. There it is again. Yeah, USDT is running into an exhaustion candle. I believe we're going to get a flush. We're going to see a flush all around, but that should be it. That's what I'm looking at. That's USDT on a 55-minute. So just be ready. Just be ready. We should see a flush all around. There it comes. Come on. Come on, come on. So I'm in, you know, attentively looking at this, looking for the long opportunities here. You know, I want to catch that flush. I want to catch the flush on all of them, really. That's really weird. Lights just went on and off. That's super weird. Lights just went on and off in my house. Woo! Come on, you guys gotta flush it already. USDT hit that impulse candle right over here. I'm gonna change this just so it's a little bit more legible. See, it's that impulse candle that I'm looking at right now. I don't know if you guys can hear my alarms going off when they go off. But just quick scalps for me, man. Just boom, 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 boom. In and out, in and out, in and out, in and out. This is what it looks like. You gotta go in quick. You gotta get out quick. All right, good push down there for USDT. Let's see if that thing can stick. If that thing can stick, we'll be all right. Soul doing here? Soul. Impulse brewing on Soul. Steady now. Steady, steady, steady. Yeah, I got an impulse candle brewing on Soul. You know, in case anybody's curious, you know, that this is kind of what it looks like for me. Oh wait, why did that go away? There we go. You know, it's in and out, in and out, in and out. Quick little profits. Take them in and out, in and out, in and out, in and out, and then rebuild from there. Impulse down. Yeah, look at the trend. Impulse down. That's what this impulse is brewing right here. Excuse me. That's on a 34-minute. BTC getting to that 71 benchmark. ETH kind of floating around here. There's like tiny little pockets. There's like barely anything that sits inside this area. I mean, I'm game for 2060. Don't get me wrong. I'm not gonna lie. I'd probably go pretty heavy on that. It looks like it wants to wipe out 2100 longs because there's an order block that sits at 2100. It's showing us that impulse. Let's look at a 5-minute for an impulse. Yeah, we're on cooldown candles here on a 5-minute with a break of structure. Small little liquidity pockets that sit right here. You know, this that 2060 area that I was just talking about. So if we get a hard push into those areas, you know, we'll know why. Good move on Sol. The BTC flush. Alright, Sol's flushing here. There's that impulse. That's what I was talking about just now. I want to look to long that impulse. ETH is under 2100. 2180 something is a key level. 2189 to 2060. There's that impulse. Let's see if that impulse can hold. That's 89. Yeah, it's in the 80s. I'm right at 90.25. ETH 2096. BTC 72.3. There was that impulse for Sol, which is good. 89, 90, okay. BTC, maybe give us a Takuri line or a spinning top. That's possible. What is River doing? I'm just curious. River's like, forget y'all. I'm doing my own thing here. ETH looks decent. I like that move on ETH. See if we can maintain that, guys. All right. It's decent. That's decent. That's decent. Hard work catching these. Hard work catching these. Not gonna front. Hard work catching these. I'm on a 15-minute on Sol. I have another screen here that I'm looking at. So I'm looking at Sol on 15-minute, and above here, what you guys see is I'm looking at the charts as well, just kind of flipping through them. What is USDT doing? This is where USDT needs to fall apart. Yeah, I'm gonna watch USDT here. See if USDT can just have a boom. Do I have any imbalances? That's one thing I don't think I've checked. Ah, I do. I got an imbalance here with a fair value gap. Interesting. And I have another imbalance here. Did this get cleared? And I have another one here. Wow, we have several imbalances. And another one here. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. This hasn't been cleared. That has been cleared. That looks like that was cleared. No, that wasn't. Wow. We have several imbalances. That could give us our push, that could give us our squeeze. USDT back to 6.52. What was that 6.52? Previous resistance. It's over here. Yeah. Let's mark that off. Let's set an alarm. Let's mark that off. That could give us a squeeze. What we're looking for, essentially. Oh, why didn't it? Oh my gosh. There you go. I'm going to guess the majority of you guys are sidelined. This fair value gap? No, it's not cleared. I mean, it filled a portion of it. right? So when you're working with fair value gaps, you know, price action gets into that zone. If it breaks through it, then it's inverse. But essentially, like if you're bearish, you want to see it, you know, fill this imbalance and then come back down. So the portion that it's cleared so far is all this. So what I'll do is I'll actually just move this up to here. Let's zoom in on that. And then we'll spread that out. So that's what's left of that. It's better viewed here on a daily. All right. It's this area right over here. We have another one that sits up here, which is like, pray for me. Please don't do it to us. What's up, Michael? How you doing, buddy? Hey, you just got to be vigilant with it. Like, you know, what I was just kind of showing you guys, you know, just take those small little profits, 30 here, 40 there, 20 here, 30 there, 40 there, and just keep compounding it. Just keep compounding it. That looks okay for Sol. You got 20 minutes left in that candle, but that's pretty significant. So let's go ahead and adjust our box a little bit more. I believe we're on 450, right? Yeah, we're on 450. Deep crab is still valid because it just comes down a little bit deeper. That's all it is. And you know, when it comes to crabs, sharks, you have anti-crabs, anti-sharks, things like that. They always have violent moves in the opposite direction. So like, I wouldn't be surprised if we saw a violent move for Sol up to like 116 inside that area. We wanted to adjust this box a little bit. Yep. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to bring this down. And I want to line up. If I can actually get in there, that'd be fantastic, Saint. I just want to clip the bottom of that right there. Because I still have all this other space over here, right? I have all this other... Why did it just do that? Why did it just do that? Why did it just move on its own? You trying to tell me something, Sol? And we still have another 4 hours left in this bad boy. Yeah, so quick scalps. If I get another flush down, I'm gonna long it, and I'm gonna take scalps on it as well. You don't need a huge margin to do this, guys. You don't need to ape in your entire positions. I mean, these are small margins. 30 here, 40 there, 20 here, 30 there. You know, the only one that I'm a little bit heavier on is going to be BTC, but I have a much lower leverage. So, you know, it gives me the opportunity to build. BTC coming back down again. Let's look at BTC again real quick. You're on a massive cooldown, man. You're on a massive cooldown. Just shy of our target. So I violated 1.131. That's where this area came to. You see, came right to it and then pushed down a little bit lower. So that's going to be our next level. Let's get rid of the 1.13. And so we'll get a C, and then we're going to look for an impulse 1 and then work it from there. Because the alternative is, you know, maybe we go into an ABC, but then you get a 1 and then it fails and it goes lower. Then this changes the narrative. You have your ABC, but now you're going to have a 1, 2, and then a 3. I'm being exaggerating here, but I'm just showing you you'd have a strong impulse, then you'd have a 4, then you'd have a 5. So wherever it goes to, you know, let's say it gets to, you know, let's just throw a number out there. Let's say it gets to 105, right? And then it starts retracing, coming back down. It has to hold that 71 benchmark, whatever that low is. We breach past that, then we become invalidated. Yeah, I got a so long. I got a so long. I've already taken some profits off the so long. I got a so long, got an ETH long, a BTC long right now. Me killer. Yeah, I got a target there. 71,365. I have limit orders that are sit in that area. $71, 367 to be exact. Yeah, so I have soul targets down to 82. I have a limit set around 82.05. Breaker structure. I mean, these are decent. Actually, I really like SMC on a 13-minute. And it's gonna come back down to clear that imbalance. Of course you are. Why wouldn't you? ETH is just holding that area. We need to fix this demand zone. We need to adjust it. And we need to move this as well too. Right where that resistance was. Never came back and retested it. This makes perfect sense why it's coming to this level. It really just needs to hold that, but that makes sense to me. Let me see. This ran right into the stop on the butterfly. Literally right to it. And then weekly. The butterfly to me, it just extended a little bit further. I can still get a butterfly out of it. I'm not really concerned about that. I want to look at this. Where did it go? You know, TradingView should come out with the search feature so you can search some of your ideas. Still fits. Still fits. Still fits. Imagine just being that individual where this is gone. I don't need that anymore. You know, imagine being that individual where you caught a bottom here and you rode it all the way up to these levels and it went higher. I mean, those are those moves that we all dream of and look for. Okay. So the inverse head and shoulder is still valid. Now, what you really want to see, at least on lower time frames, you want to see maybe some sideways movement, but really you're looking for, that's not the best of examples, but let's go for this. You really want to see that. It looks like a Nike swoop. Swish. Excuse me. So this will give us a scallop bottom. So you're really looking for something like that. That's in a perfect world. Do I have a diving board here? Not so much. I mean, I don't really have a spring because I have a plunge, but I'm trying to see if I have. I mean, that would be it right there. That's on a 5 minute. I'll just mess around with this. Let's go ahead and take this off real quick. You have to see that. Not meaning you have to see this visual, meaning this is what we need to see. You need to see a V-shaped recovery if that's going to be the case. So you have your diving board, right? So price action just kind of moves in this fashion. You can actually put a line right above that too. So this becomes like the platform. Right? This becomes the platform. Moving sideways, sit inside this area, bouncing out this area. Then you get a small little bounce. It's right here. And then you get the plunge. So it looks like a diving board on a 5-minute. It's not the sexiest of diving boards because I ideally want to see a higher spring. But that's what you're going to be looking for. And then recovery really starts right over here. It gets back to the bottom of the diving board, 22, 26. You know, that's how you know that you're recovering. BTC on lower time frames, printing slightly higher lows. We do have an 8 here, so if you can give us 71, that'd be fantastic. Yeah, everybody's got that dream. It's a trader's wet dream, if you will. But I mean, look at this. This thing is just taking an elevator down, right? Let's just go to a higher time frame here. Let's just look at a 3-day. Lost that trend line. So all this is liquidity. It's just liquidating those longs from this area. And you have a change of character, but there's been no retest of that change of character. Zilch, none, nada. $71, $367. Come on, give it to us. All right, you guys got me here for about another 27 minutes. So feel free to ask questions. I'll be inside the server. I'll be active in the server. Just, you know, that's the schedule. We run till about 1:30. I got myself a bite to eat because, you know, the guys got to eat. But I'll be checking everything else out. So if you have any questions or any concerns or overall just, you know, want to dive down a little bit deeper into this, let me know. This is going to be the opportunity. This is going to be that time of the session where we have a little bit of Q&A. Just a quick reminder for anybody that kind of strolled in a little bit later, we do have subscriptions on the channel. So there's going to be a section where there's going to be private streams, private live streams. There's also going to be a section where there's going to be private videos where I'm going to be doing pre-market analysis. So in the event that you can't make the stream, you can't, you know, you just got a busy day, you can't watch it. It's something that you're going to be able to watch early in the day, kind of get an idea as far as what we're looking at from a positions perspective. We're going to be looking at high time frames, and then you can ultimately set your alarms according to that. There are going to be some private polls as well too. So in the event that there's a specific coin that you'd like for me to chart and put into the arsenal as far as pre-market updates, feel free to check that out. But if you go to the channel and you hit join, you'll see the options for subscription. It's all good. Yeah, just watch the replay. I'm still going to be rocking with you guys. You know, I'm here for, you know, a couple more minutes, 25 minutes roughly. ETH is back to that 2095 area. Struggle bus, boys. Struggle bus, struggle bus, struggle bus. If you guys are watching replay, always feel free to, add your comments on some coins that you'd like for me to chart. I do look at the comments. I do respond to them. So I always take that into consideration. This channel doesn't become alive without you guys. So I want to make sure that I'm providing the content and the material for you guys. CZ is making it harder for us to trade? Why do you say that? Yeah. I mean, it definitely took a dookie, for lack of better terminology. Where were we on? I think we were on 55-minute. Yeah, so we're on 55-minute here. I got to see this exhaustion candle like just kind of play out. There's 12 more minutes that are inside of it. Overbought, overextended trend. ADX is sitting right around 60 benchmark, which is relatively strong. So yeah, I mean, there's tons of imbalances below for USDT. I mean, all this. I want to see it violate this trend line right here. Just absolutely violate it. We can get something like that, we'll be in business. But I think the smarter play would be to, check back. Let's see. Okay, we clear this first imbalance. What's going to occur here? Are we going to balance and head back up? Okay, no, we're gonna break this trend line. Becomes liquidity. Okay, is it just a liquidity sweep that we're seeing, or an exit pump for ETH that we're seeing, and we clear this imbalance or down to these levels, and then we move back up? We got to check that level. Ideally, we have fair value gaps here, so there's more imbalance. There's stronger imbalance that sit inside this area, coupled with the imbalance as far as shaved bottoms that sit in that area. Come down a little bit further, we still have some shaved bottoms that sit all littered through here with some fair value gaps. So I ideally like this zone. If we can get USDT back into this level, that gives us a little bit of relief. Where's ETH going to be at that point? I don't know. I mean, I'm aiming for 2,600, 2,700 inside that benchmark. So I think that would be a good play for all of us if we can get to those levels. Let's see, ETH is kind of just floating around here in this area. Because look at USDT. It comes down, goes up. It's on an exhaustion candle. So I'm anticipating ETH to come down to like 2089, 2060 inside those benchmarks. Yeah, 2086, there it is. Yeah, do or die moments, man. Do or die moments. It keeps taking demand boxes. People are wild. They're shorting. They're shorting literally anything. That's kind of like where the narrative of the market is right now. It's like, yep, short everything. Nice little flush. And I got to continue to just adjust this. Where are you hailing from? Because you're a bigger box. Let me go back over to 450. 450 is where we're checking it out at. Let's open that up. Okay, so you just flushed down into that level. Good little move on BTC. Good little move on ETH. Yep, still sitting in all that area. All this right over here. It's basically, it's retesting all of this. I mean, there's another level that sits right over here, 2016. 2025. Quick little moves on that. Yeah, you just gotta play the range. That's really all that boils down to. Just play the range. You know, that little move that we just had on ETH right now, I just took $41 in profit on that. Just in and out. Like not overly committing to these positions at all. If it runs into my stop loss now is like at $11. Same thing for BTC. Took a little bit of profit off of that as well too. Yeah, swept all of those so far. Can't get away. Quite literally in and out, man. I'm closing these positions so quick. I'm adding and closing so quick. It's absurd. I'm not gonna lie, it is absurd. So after the stream, I'll finish putting things together. We are going to be running the 1K to 10K challenge here inside the server. It's going to be part of the campaigns that we have. Remember that you guys do get deposit bonuses if you're using the referral link, and you also get boosted to VIP 3, so you have discounted fees altogether. So you kind of get a double benefit with that. You get a bonus and you get discounted fees. So nothing wrong with that. Good sweep on ETH. Good sweep on ETH. What did I say? 2060 area. Let's take a look at ETH. I actually looked at USDT. Yeah, that's why. That box is starting to annoy me. More sweep. More sweep. Oh, give me 2060. I just set a limit for 2060, just as an FYI if anybody's curious. Did I just think I did something wrong there? Oh, son of a gun, did I? Oh, no, I didn't. Okay. There it is. Come on. That's what we need. That's what we need. I'm looking at it on a 15-minute. Let me bring it over here. I need something like that. That's what we need. Oh, that's what's up. Yeah, this NCS music, non-copyright music sounds. No, I don't think there's not a time limit per se. It's just that the campaign runs through March, so there's not really a time limit as far as when you're doing deposits. So not a must. I don't want anybody to feel rushed in that regard. But obviously to participate, you know, you would have to deposit. Then after you do your deposit, within 3 days is when the VIP status kicks in. So, you know, if we're starting the 1K, 10K challenge, and maybe you do your deposit, I don't know, Saturday or something like that, and we start next week, you'll still be at a lower VIP status, which you'll have slightly higher fees in that regard. So, you know, working in that essence, because very similar to like what we're doing today, we're going to be doing the exact same thing once we start that challenge. You know, in and out, in and out, in and out, compound, 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 compound. So if I'm taking these shorts, or excuse me, taking these longs and I'm scalping them, or if I'm shorting and I'm scalping it, you know, I want to have lower fees to where it makes sense for me to have a small little move and then take that profit, small little move and then take that profit, if that makes sense to you guys. No, I don't focus on open interest. Nothing wrong if anybody does, just saying there's just not an area that I focus on with my analysis, me personally. Where we at 2074? You know what, I got 2078. Fight for its life. Fight for its life. You got divergence on there. Right. 13-minute. Fight for its life. I mean, if this can get to 2613, boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. I mean, 2621, that would be a good play. That would be a very, very, very good play. 600 pips? Yes, please. Yes, please. And we're not out of the woods yet, right? Like we have new lows, so essentially we need to remeasure where that wave 2 is going to go to, or if it's going to violate that area again as well too. So we don't have any true wave count that we can measure outside of, you know, a wave C correction that we're looking to long a wave C correction level. But February is aggressive. February is aggressive, which is great news. You know, in the grand scheme of session, you know, the yearly being a session, in the first part of the year, we're seeing these lows. So that opens a door for later on part of the year for us to have higher highs. I think we still have roughly maybe like 2 to 3 more months of this that we're going to see these type of moves. So maybe get into 26, 21, and then, you know, coming all the way right back down, maybe get into those 1800s and 1900s. I mean, in extreme bearish levels areas, I mean, we're at 3-digit ETH. We're sitting at 3-digit ETH if that's the case. And we saw like an 82% retracement in 2022. And right now we're sitting somewhere around, let's look at that right now, actually. Just straight nose diving. This is our high, right? Yeah, this is our high. And so what are we sitting at right now? I gotta tweak that a little bit. 56%. It's actually a little bit more. 58%. I'm rounding up. So we've retraced 58% to the downside thus so far. Could there be another 30% on the table? Absolutely. Absolutely. But that doesn't mean that there's not an opportunity there to make money on those moves. All right, fam. RSI looks oversold like crazy. Yeah, but got to be careful with that RSI depending on the time frame that you're looking at. But yes, it does look like that. RSI can sometimes, or a lot of times, be misleading. Like you get into an oversold area, you have a small little retracement, and boom, it pops right back up. Same thing with overbought, right? Like if you're trying to short, comes down to an overbought and it just kind of floats around inside of that area. I have some educational content when it comes to RSI. I have it inside the corner, excuse me, inside the server. It's under the VIP section. So make sure that you are a VIP. If you don't have a VIP role inside of our server, reach out to me. I'll make sure that you do get that. That's something that I can do very quickly for you guys. If I don't respond in a timely fashion, reach out to Scissors. Scissors is also an admin inside of the server. So you have more than one person. Sniper is also in there. He's a moderator. He can help you out. So we actually have several different moderators that are in there. These individuals have access to grant roles. So in the event, maybe I'm streaming, maybe I'm away from PC or I'm AFK, we have other individuals in there that could help us out altogether. Outside of that, I thank you guys for spending the time with me today. I love it. I'm enjoying this stuff. I hope you guys are too. In these moves, you guys know the drill. Be safe with your positions. Treat them like a cold shower. Get in, get out, and then if you're good for the day, you've hit your target, walk away, go do some push-ups, go for a walk, go do something to release all of those chemicals as far as dopamine and cortisone that's running through your body. If you're sitting sideline and curious as to what the next move is going to be, check me out inside the server. After I hop off the stream, I'm gonna get a bite to eat, and then I'll be back inside the server, just kind of guiding you guys as far as what we're anticipating. Do remember that there is a $100 giveaway for the month of February for traders that are building their journal inside of there. So take advantage of it. There's free money on the table that's there. And of course, I'll be giving feedback in the event that you guys have any questions. Continue to be safe. As I mentioned before, be profitable. And above all, God bless you guys. Peace be with you. And I'll catch you on the next one. Peace.